Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is Manakyn. Welcome to the stream. I'm very British. Anyway, where was I? Hey, how's it going, guys? Hello, Bowser. Soseki. Poor Soseki. Gregson does look like Ouija. Randy. Oh, yeah, Ouija time. How's it going, Penguin? Hello, indeed. Indeed. Oh, indubitably. Kioma. Hello. Hello, Governor. What is wrong with me today? I am so out of it today. It has been a freaking stressful day. I was up till like 3 o'clock in the morning trying to get some code to work, and it wasn't working. And then I had to create a presentation, and then I presented it, and then I took a nap for like an hour, and then I just woke up. So this is why I'm here. This is why I'm a little bit out of it right now. But yeah, everything's going well. I think I told you guys I'm doing some more marketing stuff for my voiceover stuff, and that's also really stressful. I hate that stuff. But, you know, you got to get it done. So you got to get it done. Where am I? I'm so hyper today. Frick. Maybe it's because of like the 3 cans of Coke I drank earlier. How are you guys doing? You guys graduating yet? You guys summer break? Finals? It's almost June. So when I went to college, finals were in the middle of June, so I'd be freaking out and like stressing on all like and whatnot right now. And then I went to grad school where I didn't really take classes, and so I laughed at the kids who were taking finals. But yeah. Yeah. We're playing Ace Attorney. One of your favorite bands just dropped a music video. Well, pick it up and give it back to them. That's rude. I'm so sorry. Oh, that counts as a pun, and I hate it. Oh. One of your favorite bands just dropped a music video earlier for a single they dropped last Sunday. Which band? Which band? Oh, let's see. Dropped a music video. Okay, they dropped a music video today for a single they dropped on Sunday. Okay, so they released it 2 days ago, and then they got a music. That's actually very fast. Usually music videos take a while, right? No, nowadays I think some people do production like really quickly. So like nowadays I think people like don't release the song until they have the music video or something, but yeah, that's cool. How is the music video? I haven't watched a music video in so long. I used to watch like top music video countdowns on MTV. Does MTV still exist? Am I dating myself? Does anyone watch MTV? If MTV exists, you know, MTV used to stand for music television, but it doesn't do anything with music anymore. Now like MTV is all just reality shows and crap, so you think it was a great music video? That's good. I haven't seen a music video in a long time, so I'm very out of it. You think MTV is still around? Do they still do music? Yeah, my sister always liked 3 particular channels. Like, my sister liked MTV, and like I remember she liked MTV and whatever played like Jerry Springer and the Maury Show, which is the freaking trashiest show on like television. She freaking loved like the Maury Show when they're like, "You are not the father," and then everyone would be freaking out. She loved it. I never understood why she liked that so much. What am I even talking about? Let's play some Ace Attorney, guys. Ugh, where was I? Where's the chord? Alright, so last time we just met Soseki, and Soseki is very sad because he is in jail, and he was caught because Herlock Sholmes is out here ruining people's lives. And come on. Give me one moment. Is it working? Is it working? There we go. All right, let's play. Oh, whoops, that's load. I already loaded it. All right, so last time we talked with Soseki, and we got his position, and apparently he was just walking in the middle of the road, and then a lovely British woman decided to die, and she was stabbed, I think. Do we have any evidence? No, we have no evidence. But some woman was stabbed from the back, and he was the only one around, and somehow they figured out it was him because they asked him, "Did you kill her?" And he didn't really understand the language, so he was like, "Yes, yes, okay, yes." Poor guy. So we chatted with him, and now we gotta go find Herlock. Present, move. Oh, we gotta go to Briar Road. Sholmes also yeah, Sholmes is just out here ruining people's lives. 19th of February, Briar Road. Who owns that bike, man? Oh, a snowman! Daily News, The Metropolitan. William Robbins. Something, I can't read that. Fractional options? What? Optometrist? I can't see that. You know, I found it really interesting in certain areas in London, right? You can have like houses that are really close together, and then just on the other side of the street there are like shops. To me, that was always like a fascinating thing because you know, like often people would have a shop and like right under where they live. And for me, that was so interesting because where I grew up, it's houses are over here, and then the foods, restaurants, and shops are over here. And you don't mix the two. So I find it so interesting. You can like, you know, you live somewhere, you can walk outside, and right next door is like a pizza place, right? You know? A bit rude for you to put me that knife in me chest, innit, bruv? Not worried, I have me a stabbing license. Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Real policeman! It's unmistakable. Regulation metal helmet. Wait, are you serious? It's the men of Scotland Yard. They're investigating as we speak. Oh my god! Cops doing cop things! Look at him! Look at him! He's blowing his whistle! I mean, that's kind of their job. But Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know they actually existed! They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd come this close to one. To a real Bobby's helmet! Right, they're called Bobbies. Why is that? Does anyone know the history behind that? Oh, by the way, the other day I learned that bloody in, you know, bloody hell, bloody isn't actually like blood. It's supposedly, it's a contraction of by the lady. So when people say things like, that's bloody brilliant, it actually means like by the lady, as in like an exclamation at the level of the queen or something like that. But maybe that's lost in translation now. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. Why are we hanging out? Yo! Time for some fish and chips. Yo, hit me up with some of that. Oi! What the... Man, oi! What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Man! Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you come into the holding cells, then? What'd you make it a criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He is a suspect. Well, we'll see about that. You Nipponese like to stick together, I suppose. What's his name? Is Van Zeek's the only one who calls us Nipponese? Which one is older? Nihon and Nippon is actually the Japanese way of saying Japan. So I wonder how they do that in the Japanese translation. Well, do what you will. Don't bother me. Folks in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's foregone conclusion. The stone-cold air of rejection. Why do all these beautiful men reject me? I will say, Gregson's mustache is pretty fabulous. I'm gonna be real here. Take heart! London at this time of year is full of stone-cold hair. That makes it worse. Yeah. Alright, let's chat, buddy. Look at his... Alright, let's just acknowledge that one massive fish surrounded by chips. That is like... Man, I remember, like... When I was little, I used to go to state fairs, and I would get, like, fried food in newspapers, so this isn't as old as you guys might think. Nihon and Nippon, yeah, they both work, but they're both Japanese. And it seems that, what's his name? Barack Obama. Barack Van Zeeks. Barack Van Zeeks. Barack Van Zeeks is the only one who uses the Japanese phrasing. Barack Obama Van Zeeks. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. Man, the Yard. He's the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. Does make him look the part, seeing that policeman there wear this helmet on. Yes, your favorite character, Barack Obama. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty. Oh, yes! Doesn't he look wonderful? I mean, Susato likes a man in uniform. What can I say? Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? Man, first thing in the morning, you know what he does? Go round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What, he wakes people up? I don't know if this is actually true, but I heard, you know, there were people in the past whose jobs were literally to knock on people's doors. They were like alarm clocks. Yeah, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going a bit back. I had no idea. Well, the Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. And he has to cover 20 miles a day? Okay, let's say you walk for a simple pace of 15 minutes a mile, maybe? 10 minutes a mile is a bit much for like, you know, just casual walking. But like, okay. So that would be 4 miles an hour. So you're just straight walking for 5 hours. What the frick? I can't really imagine how far that is, but sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. Wait, is it? On foot? That's taking things a step too far. Man. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all of the duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to invade the law. I'm not sure you can call it in between exactly. More like alongside. But yeah. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it is with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you. Mr. Naruhodo. What the? This girl's just taking advantage of me. Man, happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there, on the open bit of pavement, man. The victim is a young woman, and was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady's still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's... Oh! Wait, she's not dead, right. You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. That's kind of mean. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her. She could be a lady. Susato is a lady. And actually, that's all we got, huh? I don't know, you'd make a pretty lady. Oh, I'm sorry, she's not a lady, she's a woman! Rest in peace, the pocket's full of grease, man. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. That's kind of right. Yokohama is about 17.25 miles, but another 8 miles by drive. Wait, but so that's even further than Tokyo to Yokohama. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give the lawyers defending your suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but at least they're nice to us, unlike some detectives who are incompetent and wear green coats and tell us, sorry pal, but I can't give you any information. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. Man, anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher. I mean, around this time, people knew how to throw knives. Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but... Gumshoe slam. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just speaking gumshoe facts. But just because you didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that no one else was present. Man, I'm sorry to tell you, but we can most certainly be sure. How? Because the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Wait, how do you have a witness when nobody was around? Wait, think. This whole thing seems suspicious. I'ma say one of them witnesses ain't so witnessy. I was trying to go one of the innocent ain't so innocent, but it didn't work. It was a typical foggy London day. Your client obviously didn't see him. There were witnesses. Alright, tell me about the frickin' witnesses. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. And the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all town. One of the witnesses ain't so witness. Frick. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked?
Nothing peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a Barbie. You know, catch 'em bang in the act. And wait, what? Catch 'em bang in the act? What? What? British! Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Tomorrow. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. But that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
The policeman witnessed the incident? As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult.
Thank you, Susato! Thank you! As a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too.
Well, geez, you don't have to be so sarcastic about it.
Oh, one thing, Inspector.
Man, what?
The person who led you to the suspect, I heard it was Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
What are you bringing him up for?
Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. Okay, apparently he doesn't like Sholmes very much.
That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. You want to defend him or not?
Well, I mean, none of us like Sholmes. Let's be real here.
Makes no difference to me, but I'll just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh, man, I think this accident is contagious.
Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey?
There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time to try. It's all a bit strange now.
Sorry, what?
The Reaper. He hasn't appeared once in court for a few years now.
Yeah, we did hear something of that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. Master criminals. The violent ones.
Master criminals?
The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins.
Well, not Mr. McGilvin, so that's why you had to kill him by a fire. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely.
Just my point, sunshine. Yeah, the young woman was stabbed but didn't kill her. Couldn't even say there was intent there. Oh no, my fries! I mean my chips! This isn't the sort of case I'd be inspecting the Reaper to sink his teeth into. For want of a better phrase.
It's not exactly a minor infraction.
No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Meh.
Really? What sort of interest?
You think I could tell you what's going on the inside of the head of the Lord of Darkness? Huh. You'd have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Meh.
I'm gonna face the Reaper again. The Lord of Darkness.
Mr. Sholmes. Anger. Who do you hear that name from?
Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deduction. Meh, fiddle, faddle! Man's an amateur! I'm sick and tired of him showing off his mug everywhere! I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders in spouting some incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case.
Yeah, he's quite astounding, isn't he? Really good at what his job is. He's really good at his job. We're just not sure what his job is. Being homeless. He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Man, gibble, gobble! Look at me, I'm crushing my chips because of you! Ever seen this before?
Yeah, that's Rant's Magazine. The wonderful publication to which the adventures of Herlock Susato. I think you need to shut up right now.
Yeah, well, that wonderful publication, as you see, the fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in his stories. Like Lestrade, even though she's a 15-year-old girl. And this so-called great detective makes a mockery of us all. If you ask anyone at the Yard, there's a misadventure to be included in the Herlock Sholmes tale and all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
Man, we work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. Man's dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Are you telling me people lie in the media? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Gregson just doesn't have the PR team. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any more information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Yeah, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him. No! No, Susato! We will not! By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? You know what? Natsume can burn in can rot in jail. You know, I don't want to deal with Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. Can't wait, can you? Never meet your heroes, kids. Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did! He really did! Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just gonna ignore that? I hope not. We gotta go see Sholmes. Oh, Sholmes is so sparkly. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to be with... Women! The trouble is, we have no idea of his address. It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. I've memorized everyone word for word. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world! I see. Well, there's nothing stopping us from going, I suppose. I hate my life. Why can't girls sip over me like this? Why can't I have good PR? I'll summon a carriage! So we're to have a reunion. Yay. You remember that time Sholmes thought a 15-year-old girl was an elderly Russian gentleman trying to take down the government?
I hate Sholmes!
I hate Sholmes too. Let's check out this bike.
Oh look, a British bicycle. Although the wheel is misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't be ridden.
Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling.
Seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well.
Wait, hold on, let me think. What do women look like in... What do women look like? Yeah, they probably wear, like, the big dresses, right? Need I remind me of Pura? Rest in peace, Pura. Bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone, especially not my ancestors, would ride a bike, especially not to a courthouse.
Do you dislike bicycles?
No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. Just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet firmly off the ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me.
We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around.
Naruhodo being wheeled around by Susato is great. What is this? Excuse me.
It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
Certainly seems to have taken a toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. Can Phoenix use a bike? Yeah, he doesn't have a license. He doesn't have a driver's license, so he bikes everywhere. In fact, it looks decidedly in worse shape than the other houses around here.
We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible.
Why don't we stay here? Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Oh, wow. Do you guys notice how the windows are bricked up? That's actually a really interesting touch. Do you guys know what that is? It's actually, I think in the... I forgot what... Sometime in the late 1800s, I think. There was a tax. There was a tax as an attempt to tax the wealthy, and it ended up flopping horribly. But it was called the window tax. And essentially, it taxed you based on how many windows your building had. Long story short, it was like a weird attempt to try to tax the rich and affluent, because the rich and affluent would have bigger houses with more windows. However, it actually inversely hurt the poor. And as a result, in order for the poor to escape the window tax, what they ended up doing is they ended up sealing off their windows. So this is actually a really interesting little historical remnant that what is it? I don't even know. Are they going to actually talk about it? Oh, whoops was in there. Look at the windows of the building over there.
Are you sure they're windows?
Yeah, but they're all filled with bricks.
Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where no one lives at the moment.
There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though.
Oh dear. Everything still seems very foreign.
We have so much... trust me, this is not something you want to learn about. It was an absolutely horrible economic idea. Is the window tax still around? I don't think so. Well, I'm actually look this up. Window tax. London. Here it is. Here it is. It was a property tax based on the number of windows. To avoid the taxes, some houses from the period and during the 18th and 19th centuries can be seen to have bricked up window spaces. Why did it fail? Hold on. Let's see. There was a strong agitation in favor of abolishing the tax during the winter of 50 to 51, and it was accordingly repealed. Windows filled with masonry. It might have been due to health concerns, maybe? I don't know. Briefly discuss the window tax. Smith observed that the tax was relatively inoffensive because its assessment did not require the ancestor to enter the residence. A building could be counted. On the other hand, Smith reported that others objected to the tax on grounds of inequality, since it was thought to have a proportionate impact on the poor. Smith himself observed the tax effect when was to lower rent. Ah, yes, okay. Yes. If I remember correctly, the reason why the window tax failed is because disproportionately, one window for a poor person was a lot more percentage-wise than 20 windows for a very rich person. So even though it was an attempt to tax the rich, because more windows meant, you know, you have a bigger house and you are you own more stuff and you're richer, right? It actually ended up disproportionately hurting people, the poor, because one window was a lot more for them than 20 windows for the rich. Which is what happened. You also wonder who's Larry's descendant. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Anyway, so yeah, window tax. Dang, I didn't even turn on my streaming monitor today. Sorry, I'm so out of it today. Anyway, oh, this is the Parliament? No, this is the clock tower? Or what is this, the White House? Clouds look so big and heavy in the sky. And with the dense fog, everything looks hazy. Well, it's known as Foggy London Town. I can make out some sort of spire in the fog. Looks like, oh, that must be the Crystal Tower. What is this? Rock, paper, scissors. Yes, that's the Crystal Tower being built for the Great Exhibition. What was the point of the Crystal Tower? I actually don't know. Was it supposed to just have some sort of cultural significance, or was it like actually like a scientific demonstration? I don't know. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, and the symbolic centerpiece. To be the largest exhibition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. You know, nowadays we have so many like international conferences and all sorts of things, from academia, politics, and so on and so forth, that like, man, we have to remember that, you know, back in the day, conferences like this were like a massive event. Like, because people didn't have easy transportation to get here. They had to travel for 50 days by sea and then get attacked by a 15-year-old Russian girl. Do you see the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? It says here in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. In about 50 years, they'll discover that's very unhealthy and many people will die. The only chimneys I really remember in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of the houses could be on fire? Not at all! Well, even so, how much thick smoke billowing up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black? So it actually does! Which is why, in the 80s, Los Angeles was an absolute mess with pollution. Gosh, you may be right about that. You know, it's really interesting. Usually, in times of technological innovation, come a lot of health problems. Because people don't know the effects of certain things. It's very interesting. But, I mean, let's be real here. Without technological innovation, there also wouldn't be, like, medicine and stuff. So it's weird. It's a weird counterpoint, huh? What's this? Piles of snow and pavement here. But the road itself is covered in carriage tracks.
It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow.
I slipped over it when I was walking on the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead.
Oh, but you're rather small, Naruhodo. You're a short king. And dressed in all black. What if the coachman don't see you? That's called jaywalking.
Well, thank you for the rather small concern. He's mid-gilded height. Yeah, I mean, technology is always going to be a funky thing, right? Like, people will never know, like, the consequences of certain things until it's too late. You know, technology, man. Our innovation and whatnot. Snowman.
What a delightful snow. You know, Susato, when she's not like over the top, she's pretty pleasant. I like her.
I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though.
Oh, it has a scarf. Look.
You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one.
She does sound like Maya. And we all know we freaking stand Maya on this channel.
And Pearl. Maya and Pearl were the true main characters.
I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at this moment too. We certainly can't afford they can't even afford clothes, man.
Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss it.
But the person who made that snowman certainly would.
Yes, I know. You're right.
It's not like this is London where there's theft all the time.
Even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck. It's covered in snow. Poor guy. Hang in there, buddy.
Like, you got stick for arms. I wonder what Japanese snowmen look like. I bet you Japanese snowmen are like finely sculpted, like you guys, you know, Japanese do everything better. So it's gonna be like an ice sculpture with a pick or something.
Hello, Bob. That's one of the Bobbies from Scotland Yard.
Naruhodo, why are all the police named Bob?
I'm so sorry. I had to make that pun. Oh, I hate myself. Ah!
The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little too overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern.
I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs, despite not knowing what was going on!
Yeah. You have a really bad track record. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so pathetically prone to. It does you no favors, you small, small man.
Why do you have to hurt me so? How about this? Patch of pavement, it must be where the incident occurred.
Yeah, it's very wide open space, isn't it?
That's true. Can't see anywhere attacker would be hiding. He's in the snowman! I'm calling it. This case has been solved. The true killer is the snowman. Oi! What you foreigners doing here for?
Where I'm just investigating.
Conspiring with the mustache fella from Japan, are ya?
Conspiring?
Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an hiding. Go on.
You shoot us away like rats.
Yeah. We should give him wide berth.
What a disappointing experience.
Oi! Oi, you wanna go, you bloody wanker? You wanna see what I did to your wife? The freaking right slapper! Dude, this is Sato takedown. Apparently she only does that to me, because I'm a small, pathetic man. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage! They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes so criminals can't get away! You're very well informed, aren't you? It's been a long dream of mine to ride one of those in the streets of London. You literally just have to commit a crime. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stop. No, Susanoo, stop! Why are our sidekicks all stupid? Anyway. Oh no, not present. We still have to examine this thing. Okay, so here is Briar Road. I think Briar Road is prominently featured in one of the Sherlock Holmes. Wait, sure. Wow, which one is which? Sherlock Holmes. Stories, right? Isn't Briar Road? I know. Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes lives on, like, I think 21 Baker Street. And then this one, it's 221 Baker Street. Or is it actually 221? It might be 221. I don't know. But I know he lives on Baker Street, so Sherlock Holmes living there is perfectly reasonable. Okay, so Briar Road is here. Calabash Road is here. Then this is Mearsham Street. And something here. It occurred here. I wonder if these, like, alleyways will mean anything. Like, you can see the residences, but you can also see the little alleyways in between them. Right? Yeah, so I don't know if that means anything. We got the X right here. So, you know, let's think about this. We can try to demonstrate a few ideas, right? Maybe we can prove our client was never on Briar. Wait, that's stupid. I don't know. We'll have to see how the trial plays out. Let's go meet with an annoying person. Oh, can we really visit? Do you think? Oh, Peach, I must be dreaming.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Yeah. You're not gonna tip the horse?
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Susanoo, stop being a simp! Simps are not allowed on this channel. 19th of February, 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Sholmes' suite. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Sherlock Holmes. Even though you simp, I've never simped for anyone in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. So this is where the great detective makes his living, huh? Feels surreal. Hey, he has a violin. Is it as described in the stories, Susato? Does he have a pipe next to chemicals? Who put that waifu list together? I don't know what they're talking about. Susato? Many cases have been solved here in this very room. I suppose they must have been. Yeah. Okay, first of all, who puts their violin like that? It's gonna fall, the neck is going to break off. I have seen a violin's neck snap just by falling off a freaking chair. Quite literally, he doesn't take good care of his freaking instruments. Frickin' frick, man. I've never read the story, so it's quite hard to get excited about as excited as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog and unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yeah, I suppose I can. Yeah.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Oh, give me your phone. I want to take a selfie. Please don't mind me.
Girl, you getting some mad stalker vibes right now.
Oh, and this is where he put his mouth to his pipe. Ah, Mr. Sholmes' saliva.
Well... Looks like our detective isn't home. Excuse me, is anybody home? I like his red shoe on top of the fireplace. I also like the fact that there is a knife that is like pinning a letter to the wall. Are these all cases? Maybe they're all references to different Sherlock Holmes cases. Oi, right slapper! You're right slapper, aren't you? Do we have a visitor? It's the adorableness!
Hello? Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Wait. Aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me.
No, she sounds too much like...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once.
Yeah, it's the same girl. Hey, Sato, do you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. And this is where he breathed twice. The smell of his mouth. To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room. This is where he said it tastes just like him.
The king. Susato, why are you licking that chair?
King Wilhelm Costrid Sigmarism von Orstream, of course!
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment. Look over here!
The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you!
I knew it. Susato recognizes her too.
There you are! And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from a Far East before. Are you? Having to get your straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Yeah, it was, challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, What a fragrant yet mellow flavor.
Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different weaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And I have another ticket, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese one. I do wish you lots and lots of luck.
Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance?
Oh, you know Howie!
Hurley!
Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see.
Was he really? Oh, well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Howie's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after the trial. And only briefly after that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all of those things? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Is this Mr. Sholmes' daughter?
Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
This is Watson. This is Watson. Hey, Watson, what up? Oh my god, I can't. I can't right now. True, the first Wilson died. I wonder if they're related. John Wilson, I think.
Iris, what a lovely name.
Oh, Iris, what a lovely name. What's the matter?
No, wait. This can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato? Why is she so flustered?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
It's so hard to do my British when I'm all the way up here! Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. Wonderful to meet you.
Lovely. Susie and Rito, I got it.
Susie?
And, Rue? No. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have many questions. Like, is pink hair a natural hair color, or did you dye it? Yes! And I have questions. That was blue text, Susato. Alright, well, hello, Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Fun fact, Iris she's under 4 feet. Oh my god. What an adorable little gremlin. She has such gremlin energy. I love it. Sorry, sophisticated gremlin.
Yes, that's right.
Oh.
White?
Okay, I have to screw up her R's to make her sound younger.
Yes, that's right. You are ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Oh, she's got it! Okay! I apologize. I will buy you all the cookies you like, please. Please don't shoot me. I would have bought all the cookies even if I wasn't at gunpoint, let's be honest.
Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Yeah, that awkward witness, Gina.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch an invention like that.
Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think of a fitting self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
Wait, what?
Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Your technician?
Harley, of course. Shall we?
Hurley?
Oh, Hurley?
Yes, Howard Sholmes. We live together here.
So, what? She's just a roommate? Why is Sholmes rooming with like a 10-year-old? I mean, if she brings in the money, what am I to complain, right?
I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely. I wouldn't call him Howie if he were my father. Why?
Well then, what's your relationship with Mr. Sholmes?
Well, I expect you found that lodging of any kind of London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost of the partner. It's economically beneficial.
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
10 at last this year.
She literally is 10! I love this! Well, what if your mother... Ryunosuke, don't ask that.
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is. Anyway, Wilson, please don't tell me you're related to John Wilson.
Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I am a very great friend of the adventure of Sherlock Holmes and...
Oh, you have a copy of Rod's magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
Wait, my? Is this like a little goblin genius?
I love her! I love her! Can I adopt her and spoil her to death?
That's right. Harry is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one to ever hear of them, don't you think?
Goodness!
Last night, he was telling me about a new case he solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land.
He solved! Sholmes! Gregson, we are going to court. We are going to be suing Herlock Sholmes for slander. Come on, we got this. I can understand why you hate him so much. He takes all the freaking credit. It's not your fault, Iris. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. You were adorable, and everyone loves you. We're gonna kill.
So, I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
You are the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
Well, that sounds familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details of the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually, and he was wrong.
Yes, and of course I know a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case, certainly. But it's a story! I can make stuff up!
I hate them all! I hate them all!
So, do you mean to say all the stories published in Rants magazine? All written by me, yes! On my wonderful, very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, John H. Wilson. What? They really are related.
Ah, yes. That's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true too. I am a doctor of What?
I can't. Is she like the perfect little girl? Can we buy her all sorts of candy? At 10?
At 10 years old, yes. I tried getting it at 8, but Herlock said it would be too early.
Well, that's incredible. But my fantasies. Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow?
I suppose it does. Yes? Poor Susato. Never meet your heroes. Anyway, your deductions. About before.
Ah, yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we were just arrived at London? I mean... Yes! Oh, and that we have a difficulty in tomorrow's trial. How'd you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you meant.
Please, tell us how you did it! Every detail!
Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
Oh my god.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
No.
Welcome to my zone. This is where I activate the fourth dimension and analyze everything about you. First of all, I already knew you were a lawyer, Ryuno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we only just arrived in London. How'd you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Yeah, so...
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. And they used those stamps to keep a close eye on shortcomings and goings, you see?
I didn't realize.
And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you are wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see. But how could you have known that the trial's tomorrow?
Well, having barely left home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case.
We'll let her have that one.
It obviously amused him. He told me that he had caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
Japanese? That clearly must have been...
Mr. Natsume. And now Ryuno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono. Isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it's clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided that you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion from those facts that could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case.
Magnificent! Bravo! Bravo! Your deductions are amazing! Why is she not the main character? Like, you get rid of Shobes. Get rid of Shobes.
There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. Oh, he's so quirky like that. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
You good, Susato?
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on. Unlike your roommates.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Sholmes's delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really good news! You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you? Please?
At the cost of 2 scones and a piece of candy.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. She even does the pose.
Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
Ah, it's a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on the quiet street somewhere in the town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man. Short, kind of like you know. Oh, so short, you're a short king.
Short, shifty, stooped man? Yep, that sounds like Soseki Natsume. Soseki-san said he didn't see anyone on the street. But it seems there were witnesses after. You know what I just realized? Where is it? What was I saying? I forgot. Never mind.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear.
Mr. Shulm's great deductions hit the mark.
Of course it did! He's a great detective!
But you're pretty good too, Iris. That means the incident only occurred 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial. Maybe it has another foreign affairs thing. We have no time to investigate properly.
Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is always yard. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently.
It's so hard to do the accent with her voice. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Just like you, Runo!
Ah!
Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions. If you ever need to run away from homes, you can give me a call. I don't think phones were invented yet. Send a letter by carrier pigeon. And I'll come running in 2 to 4 weeks. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun.
Oh, she likes us! I'm so happy! I'm not sure. Maybe you guys aren't old enough to know this feeling, but if you've ever worked at a daycare or something, and then like kids enjoy playing with you, that is like the best feeling ever. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume.
Yes, Mr. Nuts. Oh, May. Mr. Nuts.
You experience that with your younger cousins? Yeah, it's like, if kids think you're fun, it's like, bam! I'm cool, man! The first telephone was patented in 1869. So they probably don't have them yet. Because 1869 will probably take a while before it actually gets, used. The first string telephone? Ha! Please. When I was 6, I had a telephone made out of cans and a string. I was ahead of my time, baby.
If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where the lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody! In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you?
Gregsy? Gregsy! Gregsy! I'm giggling like an idiot right now. Gregsy!
If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that will..."
Is she bribing the cops? Yo! Not only is she a medical doctor, she's also frickin' queen of the underworld. Yo! Yo, this girl is too powerful.
This will make the inspector help us?
Well, thanks, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon.
We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
Can I just stay here forever? I hope Iris stays 10 for all of eternity. Ah, I love this! And she likes us. She thinks we're fun. I'm fun. I'm fun.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Let's go!
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note. Wait, that was the to be continued? The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. 19th of February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quickly because that's a good spot to take a break. And I will be right back. Give me a moment. Hi everyone, I'm back. Apologies for taking a little while. I took a bathroom nap. Do you guys know what a bathroom nap is? Have you guys ever heard of a bathroom nap? I think I might have made that up. Okay, so let me tell you, whenever I'm feeling very either exhausted or tired or whatever, I'll go to the bathroom, lock myself in, and just stand in there with my eyes closed for like 60 seconds, just like kind of taking like a super fast nap. I don't know why I started doing it, but it's like super helpful sometimes when I'm just like super tired. And I'm not saying like streaming is tired, it's just been a long day. So I would just go into the bathroom and just stand there, like, and then I would wake up and I was like, you know what? I'm feeling refreshed. Yeah, so that is Manakyn's patented bathroom nap. If you take a bathroom nap, you owe me 25 cents. Anyway, Briar Road. So that's why it's exactly! That's why it's the restroom! I set myself up for that one, didn't I? Hi, Arcade Bolt! It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with the investigation.
Perfect! Let's find Gregsy!
And let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to take a look at that silver tip that Iris gave us for him. Oi! You here to mess with my chip? Oh, wait, no.
Man, you here to mess with my chips, see? Man.
Alright, well, we have something for you. Wait, hold on. Examine. 221 breaker. Oh, wait.
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that it won't be a problem. Iris Wilson.
Oh, look at how she signs her name with a little heart! Ah! I love this girl! I love this girl! Iris's handwriting is adorable, isn't it?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust it won't be a problem.
Handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous.
I trust that there won't be a problem. Right, Gregsy?
I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know.
You don't think you'll just make him munching piping hot chips until steam comes out his ears, do you?
That wouldn't be entirely terrible outcome.
We have a bribe for you. Inspector Gregson, you got a moment?
Man, I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Too much too busy to talk to a fair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. Man.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? From me? From her ladyship?
Excuse me? I take it back. He's not the final boss. She is. Iris is the final boss.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rudo. But there's no more room for negotiation.
Her ladyship?
Give it here at once. Man, come on, hand it over. That's for me.
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? So, what was that coin?
It's a silver crown, obviously. It's a lot more than that. It's, well, an appearance fee, that's right.
Is this royalties for appearing in the story?
An appearance fee. Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Shelves. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course. Her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
Sorry, Inspector. It's been difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what do you want me to know? What do you want to know, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Yeah, the little knife-wielding, mustache Japanese fella. He lives in a right old hovel just over there. Look.
Wait, seriously?
On the first floor of that house in the corner where the wreck of the bicycles dropped.
It was literally right there.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrideb.
It's the first Garrett! This frickin' game.
Right. Well. If you see her again, you make sure you give her her ladyship my regard, you hear? I mean it! You tell her that Grace has the very best wishes!
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Man, goodbye for now then. And long live her ladyship!
This game is so weird. I have no idea what to make of this. Oh, later.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know.
Yeah, so shall we go and see what we can find in Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Has anything changed? Horse? Anything up here? Oh, there's a brewery over here. It looks like that's a watch house, maybe? Let's see if we can identify any more shops. I can't see anything. Anyway, let's go. In we go!
That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history.
They built it and then it fell down. Well, time surely seems to have taken its toll. It's crooked and sagging. It looks decidedly worse shaped than any of the other houses.
According to Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Natsume lives.
Just across the road from where the incident took place. If that's not troubling. It must be awful lot for Soseki-san getting caught up in something like this. Oh, I guess. How do we get... Oh, we have to move, right. What the frick? Hey, this place has windows. This must be, like, the top floor. I think the top floor wasn't boarded up or something. Yo, look at, like, do you guys see in the picture back there? The military guy with the mohawk? It's like, dang, looking good, bro. February 19th of February. Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Yeah. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb?
Indeed it would, sir.
And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here.
Oh.
We would very much like to ask some question.
Why is she so happy?
Oh my goodness, it's a Japanese woman. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid! Ah! Did you know, in about 100 years, we'll open cafes full of them? I know. As I understand, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. This thing keeps getting better and better. Yes, the service, the peasantry, work for... Why is there a cannon in this room? Certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? We only need to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb, we'll see you now. This way. Now. Oh my, what the frick? He looks like a moon. Garadeb, we'll see you now. Now then. We'll see you now. Now. Ow. Round. Flower. Okay, now. Sorry, I was doing British practice. Okay, I gotta go super snarky for this guy. Good day to you. John Garadeb at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me for not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to these young up-and-comings. So, he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. I don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yeah, it's quite a climb here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You need to work on your cardio, buddy. You think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. Oh, the medal's just a funeral, really. I wouldn't like to offend the general, sir, so I grudgingly display it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joe? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch it! Not at all, woman! Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. She totally did that on purpose. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living a quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Can you understand what he's saying? If you can't, I will change his voice a little bit. But I like his overly pompousness. Yes, we would be grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. I stir with my pipe, obviously. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, and as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even as some famous detective poking around, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, he's so amazing! Got it, friend. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea. The detective business and all. But you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so... Anyway, the chap's investigation of the foreigner's room investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's all a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like this fuss. It's truly unsettling. Tell me about Mr. Natsume.
About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Karadeb. Please, do tell us.
Oh yes, a Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week or so.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently.
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago and you said, but that's it all, Joan! Do be careful!
Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
The maid's such a troll.
If you want to know my opinion.
Oh my god, did you see the jiggle physics?
Oh my, do you see the jiggle physics?
Man, they went all out for her.
See, now when gamers are talking about jiggle physics on women, this is what they are talking. This is where the budget goes, baby. Yeah. I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweatshirt brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man? Why is she suddenly super happy all the time? Yes, oh, yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Alright, tell us about Shady Natsume.
Had you noticed anything else about your lodger? Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchid. Orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read.
I mean, he's a literary student, right?
And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call.
I mean, historically, we looked this up the other day. Soseki Natsume was incredibly lonely. Like, he wasn't very good at English, or at least speaking English, so he spent most of his time alone. That's kind of sad, man.
He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed.
How do you know this? Do you spy on him?
Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about him? Do you like him? I understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct?
Yeah. Well, that's right. They're both below us. We're on the first floor and street level.
Then, how is it you know so much about their lives? The precise times they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed. This is all your fault?
Good grief, John! We're more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Happened to look out of the window at that time?
Well, the window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks over Briar Road. Right, yeah, so that one's facing the... Actually, they have a good view of what exactly happened. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gardam household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joe?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as...
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well...
Yes! Was there something?
Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but that's... Watch what you're doing.
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, that Mr. Naruhodo. I love it.
Oh, yeah, that's me. I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I can remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Gardo? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been...
Oh, well, as you were saying, it was just a traveling matter.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kiyoma. I feel like the maid is trying to keep Garrideb silent. I have a feeling the roles might be reversed here. Even though she's the service, it seems like maybe she's actually the one in charge.
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Begging your pardon. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal.
Wait. That's right, Mr. Garrideb.
What is the matter with these two?
Sounds like something happened in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I'm trying to think. They kind of have a... Excuse me, but they kind of have like a dominant submissive thing going on. I wish I knew. Alright. Tell us about Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Natsume's on?
Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak. Can I go? Can I visit him? He might give me a hug!
Yes. Told me not sir his name. Not his name. Yeah, that he asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services.
That's a blatant lie.
Like, at the very far distance, you hear someone scream, "Hey, look, Shaw!" Would it be alright if I had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room?
I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on.
Oh, we need all the clues we can lay our hands on.
And while we're there, I can see Sholmes again.
Okay, Susato. Let's investigate. I noticed this, like, white thing right here. I guess we'll click on that.
Look at that enormous screen. Must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little... Maybe let's not,
Miss Susato. I think the maid is gonna let us off with a cup of tea. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Ooh, cakes. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of little cakes. Little, just like you, Naruhodo. Lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished. Oh yeah, some of them are falling off.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful.
Wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this stand.
Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joe, you shall have to touch.
All I can say is this maid is eating good. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. My girl is eating good. How magnanimous of you. Jeez, frickin' what happened here? Like, this place is falling. Well, I guess this side isn't really falling apart. But it's like, this is falling apart, man. You guys gotta frickin' tidy up. Look at this crockery on display. It's rather unusual.
A genuine London man!
Wait, no. A genuine London dresser. Although the shelves seem to be broken. Wait, where? And the oh, right here.
Oh dear, it's in pieces.
It really is. Or cracked wouldn't do that Chinaware justice.
I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at.
Real Maya vibes right now. Probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. What is this piece of chalk right here? I want to click on it. It's like, I don't know, somebody drew something here and then they ripped it? I don't know. They ripped up the rug here too.
This window looks out over Briar Road.
Yeah,
I can make out the little policeman. Little like you! This is rather murky.
Can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen the incident then. But does it open? Whatever. I guess it does, but you wouldn't open it in winter.
That looks like a Medal of Honor. It's showcased with a very grand banner.
Yeah, it's displayed with some pride, I'd say. Though, bothers me that it's not straight.
From that old thing. Oh,
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it, keeps the bally thing out of my way.
So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. Hey, it's okay to have pride in your accomplishments, buddy.
There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look! Let me see. It says,
For distinguished participation. Sound like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. He got a participation award. One of these days, I'm going to see like some guy wearing a Medal of Honor, and it's just going to say, "Nice try."
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. You can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Look, it's young Garadeb. That portrait of Mr. Garadeb is glaring at me, I swear.
have you noticed all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garadeb as well?
Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion.
Yeah, I seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with this little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What, you went to the pawn shop and picked up a lion?
The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. I went in to sell something and came out with that thing. And point of fact, now that I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need.
The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to the requirements.
Susato doesn't pull her punches.
Yeah, it's gaudy and tacky and cheap.
Wait. Okay, there's the lion right here. Why are there cannon shells here? Are those mortar shells? They're enormous.
I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Those old things, couple of little rounds, and I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident.
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. I usually just throw them away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, you know.
Useful for what exactly?
Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no.
And shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know?
Maybe reconsider throwing them away. They're so weird. I love them. That uniform looks fairly ancient.
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
Oh, that'll...
Garadeb, it's okay to have pride in what you do.
Not better than rags, really. Or that ceremonial garb back in my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. I would have gladly thrown out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the old piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. There's a sword here. More importantly, the frickin' cannon. That's a full-size cannon! Sun and moon. Oh, they kind of do look like the sun and the moon. Yeah, with her and her maid thing, and then him and his moon.
It's real? I thought it might be a replica.
Oh, that old thing. Yeah. That's a little more than a toy.
He's so pompous and cocky, but he's trying to seem like he's such a humble dude. Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. I never know when the enemy might attack next. It's jolly useful to have a cannon around the house.
Really? It isn't, overkill?
I'll be prepared, I always say. You never know when the twisted world's gonna throw something at you, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gyaradev?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon over there, Joan tells me. Which rather provides a point, I feel.
When in doubt, just throw more. I bet you this woman, she might be a maid, but she's also a professional power lifter. She could easily do throws of 400 pounds. You know those Iron Man competitions with throwing giant objects? It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. About down here, books. Burlesque competition. The next strong woman competition. Maid versus Pearl. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Gyaradev. You enjoy reading? She benches for 450, actually.
Ever experienced a long winter, boy? These nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Red's magazine. No doubt Mr. Gyaradev enjoys the adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem.
Well, you see, it's so easy to get lost in, the importance of an education. Now, don't let me hold you, boy. Just leave now. No, seriously, leave. Leave? No, stop investigating my stuff and oh!
This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some... Wait, black.
Oh, yeah, that old thing. Yeah, it's a cheap piece of ironmongery and gimcrack, really.
Oh.
I used it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's all hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, it still has its uses sometimes.
Of course.
Does everything in this room have some sort of elaborate story behind it?
Oh, yes, the wallpaper, really. Oh, yes, this is Ryunosuke, a funny old thing, really. He walked into the room maybe about 10 minutes ago, and then he continued to investigate, but I didn't want to drive him out. It's a funny old thing, really, that guy, but, he's allowed to be here, so, yeah, this, good times, good times.
They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories.
Okay, I'm just noticing one of the candles is missing. And there's a white stick on the ground. So I think I think they might have knocked over a candle and started a fire. And that's why this area of the rug is burnt. So I'm starting to understand the story of the room. I don't think it's relevant, but it's kind of funny. Alright, off to Natsume's room.
Oh, well, I'll see you later. Good job. And, well, that's when he left, and...
Hey, look, it's a cat! Of course, Soseki Natsume has a cat. Hello, cat. What? Just look at this place! Oh, wow, this is actually...
Yeah, what is that? According to what we read on Soseki Natsume when we looked him up earlier, people did say it seemed like he was losing his mind. He just holed up himself into the room and read books all the time. And eventually he went back to somewhere to teach literary criticism or literary theory. What is literary theory? I guess if anyone could come up with a theory of literature, I guess it's Soseki. Is that a floppy disk on the shelf right there? Oh, it smells so musty in here. Suppose it must be mountains of old books. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Me neither. Can we leave? It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, that was the window once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. That's... Man, that must be really sad, you know? You used to have a window, but then you have to clear it up because of taxes, of all things. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb said, the great detective is here somewhere. Alright, so anyway, let's examine. Hello, cat. Oh, I thought maybe if we shift we would find him, but... Books... More books... Teapot. Let's do cat first. Meow, matey. And he's gone.
What an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after the books while his master's away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into the pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? I guess it came from Japan.
Perhaps Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Where'd it go? Oh, it just climbed in. Dang, look at all the tissues. What have you been doing here? I mean, what? Look at all the, paper. Look at those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'll never be short of reading material, would you?
No. What a dreamy idea.
Susato, one day there will be something called TV. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine that the book at the bottom of the pile will ever be read again.
So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime. Just as this tea ceremony teaches.
I don't think this conversation was about tea ceremony philosophy. What? A little boiler and a teapot? No? I thought maybe the teapot would be something. Here's a book.
That desk seemed to be wedged into a crevice between the mountain of books.
I suppose Mr. Natsume was sitting there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides, these towering tomes. Can you guys read by light? Like, when I read, I just start to get sleepy. And I can only imagine reading by candlelight when it's mostly dark. I'd fall asleep in an instant and knock over the candle and burn all the books. Surely he dreamt of books every night. Where does he sleep?
He must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a secondhand bookshop. Your books. No, your books.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, on the day of the purchase. 2 days ago. 4:45.
That's the day of the incident.
It's just a short while before he was embroiled in the when was the attack? 5 o'clock, maybe? He was on his way from book. Oh, okay. Investigation. Shut my... Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Look, Mr. Naruhodo! There he is. Where did he appear from? Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Mr. Sholmes! Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Burya. You said you loved me. Do you remember? Ah, yes, of course. The Burya. And let me see what happened on that voyage. It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course! The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Why are we here? Why are we here just to suffer? Well, you seem to remember some of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the greater. Stop it, Susato! This is Mr. Oh, no. My dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Why are we here? Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the other day we arrived at London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. Oh, it was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of Those are my words of wisdom. From an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. I'm not a true Englishman. I am an Englishman! He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have something extremely important questions to ask about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Oh, goodness. What an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased.
And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. We will conversate with Mr. Sholmes. We know this is the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest for the stabbing of a young woman outside in Briar Road. Not Sume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it! Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea of what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Sato squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense! The good detective of
Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing the crime scene. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived that I am into believing that I am a man of leisure. No.
Oh dear. So you ruined someone's life unintentionally. That might be even worse. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yeah. Wait. Was that Sholmes? Tell me, have you encountered the proprietor of these lodgings?
Yeah, Mr. Garadem. He's a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services.
First time I ever met a maid from a great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. The Guide to Your Own Personal Maid, a 7-part story.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein.
Are you saying the guy fakes a maid in order to sound like he's richer than he actually is?
Is that his wife?
Well, I think we solved that mystery. I think we solved that mystery.
Betoken their social standing? Sorry?
Put simply, my dear fellow,
those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Middle class. Those who do not are beneath. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, that's kind of like slavery.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garradeb. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. Though I'm thoroughly lost on what he's trying to say. Is he saying that John Garradeb has a maid kink and makes his wife dress up in service? Oh yeah, baby. Now serve me some cakes. Oh yes, John. Yes, baby. Now clean up the floor. Oh yes, I will mop the floor for you, John. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot it is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one! But you're still very beautiful, and I would trust you if you said he did.
But sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? You have any idea? Have you not heard of taxes, my good man? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked out. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window Hey! Hey, let's go, Sholmes! Okay, Sholmes knows his stuff. Window tax?
Surely, not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
My goodness!
Until relatively recently, the tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family homes, perhaps, rapidly closed their windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of money. Yep. That sounds about right. So we got the poor part right. I'm not sure if the rich part makes sense, but definitely it is a convenient way to legally bribe people.
How awful and unjust! Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. Some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous. It would appear so. So I've done a little digging. And discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about a week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Is it because a murder has taken place? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of... Oh, still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. What? Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that. Wow. He remembered me? And not Susato? Maybe there is something special. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter? Oh, I wonder. To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume. Was it? I'm not sure, really. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly so, too. Thing is, it really made me question things. Am I right to believe my clients? To trust their innocence? Who cares? I destroy my clients' lives! Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow! I haven't the first idea! But, I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes. That was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them! I hate him! I hate him so much! I am so... Do you see this smile? This is the smile of pain! I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, one more thing? He said 2, but he's gonna give us 3!
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of any relevance to the case, but I am quite certain. I have the smile of joy. I know you like seeing me in pain. That the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Oh, Mr. Garadeb? As Mr. Sholmes said before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo? As yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
You're right.
Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success. Of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to the corner of his room. Oh, and then the cat jumped on the table. Oh, this book is so good. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Oh, it's a blue fish, and it's next to a red fish. I think we're gonna leave. Oh, yeah, you bad guy. Tell me, was the detective chap, well, I forget his name, he's not that important, but, still hard at work down there.
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Yeah, it rings a vague bell. That detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid.
Well, Mr. Sholmes is, well, he's in his element down there. Doesn't mean he's making any progress, but he's certainly in his element.
Jolly good show. Yeah. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what the damn done, woman? Will you watch what you're very well done?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yeah, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall ask you to take your leave if you would be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much of a chance to talk to young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you can see yourselves out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrett's hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation are open to us, let's do some digging. Wait.
What the frick, show? Mr. Sholmes?
Ha ha! We meet again, my dear fellows.
Good gracious, why did you sneak in here?
Sherlock Holmes, sir. At your service.
Whatever you were... What were you doing over by the window?
I am given to the watching of the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet, sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks a certain aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing the small corner of space up by the window here. Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo.
Me?
I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Oh no. Wait, no, please, stop, no, please, wait, no.
Do you mean Mr. Charles?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo?
No, I'm not.
There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garreteb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate.
Oh.
God, switching back and forth between these two accents is going to be really hard. Because they're so close, and yet, like, the tiny difference makes all the difference.
I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements.
I beg your pardon.
The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care.
Gregson, what are you doing here?
The second is the result of the beast's violent rampage. You have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look! Sweat!
Oh, it seems that Mr. Sholmes is actually correct for once.
How could you possibly?
How could I possibly? You mean to inquire. The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin?
Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, look at my silhouette, it's so beautiful. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that the fearsome beast has been on a rampage of late within these four walls. Oh, thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to your answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by the lion's Wait, what? Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this battle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very household. What? I think you're a little bit off! Oh, do you guys see that hand mark? Do you guys see on his other side of his cheek there's a slap mark? Yet, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam! Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain that to me with your one glance in your direction... It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from the handbill, advertises a... You've got to be kidding. This is the deduction! This is the great deduction! My man bought a lion and sold it to the circus! Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb, at Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently sojourning in nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. I hate this game. I hate this game. And a simple visit to the circus will now reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. A rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic number 2. Aftermath. Aftermath. Aftermath? Aftermath? Hold on, I have to look that up. We haven't looked up a word all stream, which is pretty good. I've been doing pretty well, huh? I know after. It's after, but what about aftermath? Aftermath. 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 It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress that loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Veritably tangible.
Mr. Garrett's like, what's the point of this? Why am I? Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by that supporting arm. Amid a fit of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man. Simple.
But what we must ask ourselves now is what is the true cause of this pain? And we need only to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, in this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment.
Is it demand or demand? Dang it, I was doing so well too, but I guess I haven't used too much British in this past stream. Demand. Demand. It's like command. Command, demand, master.
For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on the financial... Oh, Sholmes, you are not! You are not! Oh, no! Oh, no! Sholmes! You can't expose them like that! That's so mean! Sholmes, please, no! Damn! And so you had no choice but to let it go.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last imaginable attack. Unimaginable. Yes! The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah! This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has set upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman?
If they have no bread, let them eat cake.
Food is the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of... This final act of... Oct? Is it oct or act? It should be act, right? Act. Act. This final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet! The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match. Are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle.
What is the matter with you, John?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garradeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
I can see where Iris gets her intelligence from. Wow. Brilliant. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. You're incredible.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over.
Indeed.
My revelations can make people spill tears, and at times too. Oh. Mr. Jones, sorry to butt in, but can I point out that you're an idiot?
Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, your deductions just now. You really think a lion could have made a fit inside a room of this size?
Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth
All too often lies beyond the realm of common sense.
But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense? Oh my god! Sholmes is literally you guys! I'm always saying, think about it! Think about the common sense, and you guys are like, it's a lion!
Uncaged lion had run amok in this very room. Surely Mr. Garradeb and his maid would have been dead.
Ah, that's where you are stuck.
No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus!
What about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, well, my dear Mr. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Someone kill me. Please.
Oh, what a glorious notion. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again and to let him take the credit because we're helping my idol. I'm going to marry him.
I hate my little self.
A slight massage. That's all we need to do with Mr. Sholmes. We'll just give him a massage.
Excellent. I believe I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know you. Still. Uncovering the truth is always worthwhile. Yes. At least, it's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes and Ryunosuke Naruhodo's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh my, that's not my silhouette. Someone pointed out this song is in 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it was Randy who pointed that out. I am a great detective. I am so smart. Oh, look, a fearsome beast and dead pottery. Did I just say dead pottery? Broken pottery. You are a moon, sir. Look over here. I did a little twirl, and I see you are breeding military men. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garradeb, leads us to the answer. Lion! It's time to own Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes is an idiot. Why don't girls love me like Mr. Sholmes? I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garrideb's reaction, it seems as though the beast did run amok here.
Yeah, something with a very fierce nature. Could it be his wife?
It couldn't have been a lion.
So what was it?
We'll follow Mr. Garrideb's gaze.
What the frick is that? What's with this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garrideb's wedding.
He looks very happy. I wonder who the wife looks like. He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Could it be his newlywed bride?
Take that!
Oh, right. British Ryunosuke. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Oh, precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Oh, and while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms, and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Yo! Big strong woman! Hell yeah! Indeed. Surely any woman of that powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Yo, they're doing Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb dirty in this deduction. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late! The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well?
Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam!
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's whereabouts.
The poor fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself.
Well, she is a big, strong woman, so I think she'll be fine. I don't know about fragile.
Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There is no sign of Mrs. Garrideb anywhere.
But there seems to be a clue to her whereabouts. A clue that the maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. Look at the little moon ring over here on the ring finger. You know, that's the finger that they use for marriage. But maybe. Oh, there looks like there's a little sun ring right here. Oh.
She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh, yes. A sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments.
You know, I think that would be so cool to have themed wedding bands instead of just a diamond. It's like I get it, a diamond, you know, you pay a lot of money, like, what is it, 2 months salary or 3 months salary or something like that. It's like, okay, oh, this shows you how much I love you, but it's like, does it? It'd be so cooler to have like a themed one. Like, I would have the white half of Monokuma and my wife would have the black half of Monokuma. Yo, I'm so doing that.
It's surely a wedding ring.
Looks like it's there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide... Naruhodo, please!
That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo. Not to say.
Do you know
Mr. Garadeb's wife in the photograph had a very... Did you know? Mr. Garadeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one.
No.
It was a large sunflower design.
Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence, huh? Take that!
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does, and I've discovered that all by myself. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one on the hand of Mr. Garadeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. Hey, I was right. She's the wife. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb. My word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir.
Well, jolly fine detective, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. I love her very much, that's why I force her to put on a maid outfit. Because it's very attractive, don't you know? Rather let herself go, you might say.
Mr. Garadeb, you never say that about your wife! Can you imagine a husband saying, yes, this is my wife. She was very beautiful once. Oh, damn, that'd be, oh my goodness. It would appear you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct?
Yes, not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ.
Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. Rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb?
Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Don't kick-shame me!
I mean, social pressures were really intense. I mean, they've been intense for a very long time, but the dynamics have changed because of how the internet works. But But I mean, like, back then, social pressures around you were like massive. Like, because, you know, nowadays we actually, I would say, you might argue that we feel less social pressure because even though, you know, the internet is constantly expecting you to be like high up in grade, right? You can control how people see you, right? You can control appearances. You can control what you put on the internet. And that's essentially the only aspect people have in your life. Back then, you know, you can't control who is just walking on the street looking at you. So you have to maintain those appearances at all time. And so it was difficult. It's just a different type of difficult compared to today. So, you know, that type of thing, you know, a lot of people might say like, oh, how terrible that the wife is employed as a maid. But in this era, I can see it more as he has a standard to, his household has a standard and a way to like appear. Otherwise, you know, he will, you know, being socially shunned comes with consequences, especially in such a smaller community. So chances are the wife is willing to do this because it benefits her as well. So it's one of those weird things that might not make sense, like in this day and age, but you know, in the 1900s would be probably very reasonable for someone to do. Like this, you know, a lot of, especially girls who will be like, oh, this is so awful. Why is she doing this? She's probably doing this willingly. Because without a social standing by her husband, chances are a lot of things go downhill for both of them. And to be honest, I doubt that the husband particularly enjoys this either. Because, I mean, this is, you know, you're like, oh, I get to have my wife as a maid. It's like, no. If he could, he would hire one, right? This is a very shameful thing for him, too, right? This is essentially a confession that he is unable to support his family, or, I mean, his wife in this case. So, yeah, you guys might think, oh, this is awful that the husband is making the wife do this. I would say in both directions, I think neither of them are happy about this, but they do what they need to get by, so. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. I love how they're just casually referring to Mrs. Garadeb as a beast. Which, I mean, let's be real here. I mean, she's kind of a beast, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, big strong man, let's go, Mr. Garadeb. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. And that was a weird sentence. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Welcome to England, where status only matters, you yanks. How's it going, Captain? Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. Let's be real here. Susato's kind of a beast too. Did you see that forearm strength that she threw Naruhodo across the frickin' room? Big strong woman! But Mrs. Garadeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all. Oh, how true. So, perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. Has some other significance. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible. What could that pose of his really signify? I'm gonna be real here. One thing I do respect about this era, though, is that, okay, this guy, clearly he's fallen on hard times. And so the wife and husband are willing to work together to figure it out. More and more, we're seeing that when families fall on hard times, the family breaks up. Like, there's maybe the wife and the husband will divorce, and then after that the kids will have to figure out which parent has majority custody and all that, right? The one thing I can appreciate is that when it came to family matters back in, maybe even just 50 years ago, they would work together to figure out what to do rather than just saying, okay, well, it's over. So, divorce rates have shot up through the roof, and I just hope that, people learn how to figure things out. Which is why, you know, even though this is kind of shameful for both of them, I can respect that they're, you know, they're trying to figure it out together. Because they clearly love each other. Come on. Come on. He clearly loves his wife.
Even though she's let herself go a little bit. I mean, come on, Joe. Stop eating those 10 cakes every day.
Anyway, there's a nice little handprint right here. The slapped cheek. Look at that bright red mark. I wonder who gave that to him. Gosh, that's quite something. Clearly made by somebody's hand. A big, strong woman. Yeah, Mr. Garrideb's been slapped in the face. Hard. Mrs. Garrideb, could you slap me in the face a little? I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I would say.
Take that!
Right. English Naruhodo. British Naruhodo. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Of course, both cheeks. Oh, Mr. Garrideb, you freaky little man. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, big, strong woman, Madam Joan Garrideb? Well, look at... Okay, I freaking... She slaps her cheek in her... I just want to say, can we... I just want to take a little bit more time to appreciate the jiggle physics that they put on Mrs. Garrideb. Look at that. Look at that. Boy, boy. This is the ideal woman. Like, perfect jiggle physics. Look at that. Boy. You, sir, have been desperate to hide the slap mark in your cheeks. Oh, that's why he's been facing away from us this entire time! Oh, yo!
Oh, the blazes. Then you worked that out, man.
Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. Wait, Mr. Sholmes, I was the one who made that deduction. Well, don't worry about that part. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. Yeah, show off the good side. It's like, would you guys be okay if I streamed the entire stream like this? And so you would understand. To keep the other side from view. Now then, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subject to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes! This pile of bills! She's been eating! They did Madame Garrideb so frickin' dirty in this frickin' deduction. They did her so dirty. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were for lion fodder? Yeah, but now that we've established the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing for gobbling up all the food. You don't have to say that out loud, Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yeah, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard, it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force? Dang, has he been buying Playboys? Uh-oh. I'd love to know the answer to that question. Uh-oh. Has he been reading Playboy? You see, back in the day, before photography was widespread, we read Playboy. Oh! Oh, what is that? Oh, no! Look, someone's reading this book for the moment, and there's a bookmark. Mr. Garrideb's clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think... Oh, is he a two-time? Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. This is getting spicy right this time. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. James! James! Look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. What passion! What a romantic gesture! Don't get any ideas, Susato. Don't do it. Sholmes isn't good for you. I will kill Sholmes before he gets a love letter from you. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark's actually a love note. Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
Take that!
Yes, it is the love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. How could the moon looking mad? Clearly a two-timing scum. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Oh, looks like somebody's a little bit upset. I think we solved the mystery. Perhaps the sender of the note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, no! Mr. Garrett, I'm sorry!
But I don't know the bully woman.
You don't know her?
That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there.
It was just in there. Oh, dang! Now we're destroying their marriage.
That's right.
A likely story?
Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I brought that book at the second-hand place, and that note must have already been there.
So the previous owner of the book was using a note as a bookmark, you mean?
That's right. That's what I'm...
A likely story?
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the note! It's written to James! My name, in case you forgot, is...
A likely story?
Are you deaf, woman? You're questioning my name now!
Oh! And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite.
I hate my life.
Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have done had a destructive outburst? That's right! Mrs. Garrideb was chewing on the carpet! This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has set up the answer very neatly indeed. You were hungry, so you ate the cup! But surely Mrs. Scaradeb didn't eat the carp. You can never be sure, Susato. No, of course not, but there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this last part of Mr. Sholm's deduction we need to fix. We only need to follow her gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can find. Okay. And I think we've already solved this one. It is the candlesticks. This looks like a very old candlestick. I just noticed there is a cup of knives right next to the candle. What the frick? I guess that's how they put their silverware back in the day. The base looks too small. It's unstable. She was so mad, she ate the cup! It looks like even the slightest knock would topple it over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look. There's one candle missing.
I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Oh, can we also click on this? Carpet. No, it just says carpet. I thought maybe we could click on this candlestick, but let's try it. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds.
Yes, and according to Mr. Sholm's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly.
Look here.
What is it?
If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Are you saying that it might have been a fire?
You so can. In that case, perhaps it was a fire-breathing lion.
I'll take episodes on cops. Let's rethink that.
Take that!
There we go. There we go. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the candlestick. I'm stealing the spotlight now! Most illuminating, my dear fellow! And of course, the only possible way out of the logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured by are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give away the truth. Scorch mark? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. The jiggle physics, though. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her one strike. The force of one single strike. She literally went, wha-bam! And then the shockwave blasted through the room. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames. For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Oh! Get sick with it! After the sparks of a marital discord flew, this room was in the scene of a fire!
Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you. Now I'm dead.
Rest in peace, Mr. Garrett. Elementary. Well done, Naruhodo. Not you, Sholmes.
It's these dash long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of a fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there.
I wonder what it's like in winters in London. I've never experienced snow, as you guys know, as I've said before. So I don't know what it's like to be snowed in and be stuck inside. Although I'm stuck inside all the time anyway. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. Oh.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
I don't know about admonished. Demolished might be closer to the mark. And this is most certainly an absolute.
And the carpet? Was that destroyed by the fire when the candle fell on the floor?
I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye. The whole place filled with smoke.
How's it going, Unfiltered?
I was caught between the old Phoenix Wright and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garrett?
Well, if you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Oh, rest in peace, the books.
Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh. Up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
Wait, so the fire was like raging and your wife didn't stop attacking you?
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There I was, my back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of all it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
A lion's pride. Yes, your notorious love for big cats comes through again.
I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as the result of the ferocious beast's rampage. I don't know, Mrs. Garrett seems like a lovely woman.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned to be correct once again.
Susato, did you hear nothing? Do you hear nothing? Like, did you not see that entire procedure where everything he said was wrong? Oh, man. I mean, priorities. I mean, like, when the house is on fire, you gotta slap your husband, right? Snow in England. Think of it as a freezer that has no off switch. I lived in a place that rained, hailed, sleet, snowed, and was sunny in minutes. Wow. I mean, I used to live I spent some time in Hawaii, so, like, I know, like, rain can come and go really quickly. It could be, like, storming, like 1 minute and, like, 2 minutes later, it's, like, perfectly sunny, but... yeah, I don't know what would happen if it got really cold and then suddenly started being sunny. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was a total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in a full fatal.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now, around 5 o'clock, I think.
Interesting. So they were having their little fight around the same time that Natsume was supposedly stabby stab stab. We call that flash freeze. Oh, that's interesting. There's actually a term for it.
So exactly at the same time,
as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the streets below.
Don't, there's someone stabbing him. Well, I'ma stab you. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. All of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing.
Oh, really? Is Blighty London? Really? I'm Herlock Sholmes, and I approve of this message. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? I think we've gotten to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now, so... What does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I mean, if they were having a fight around the time, did she happen to... Did Mrs. Garadeb happen to come at you with a knife, Mr. Garadeb? Maybe she's the one who... Maybe she tripped and accidentally stabbed a woman across the street. Okay, like, maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. But I'm trying. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. Ha ha! I did it! I am brilliant once again! I just knew you were going to say that. Oh, no, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Oh, bear in mind that all things fall into one of two categories. Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense, buddy. Well, to no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry. I felt like so much of a stretch that I could use it to measure the distance. Shut up! Visiting hours at the prison will be over soon. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have to make official paperwork to attend. I hate paper. Perhaps you would like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Yeah, I'm sorry. Mrs. Garadeb, any man would be lucky to get slapped in the face by you. Thank you both for your time. Soseki will be waiting for us. I'm gonna have to give him an answer. Alright. One final stop. Tripped from the second story onto a person and stabbed. Yeah, exactly. If Edgeworth said it, the judge would absolutely believe him. Back to prison. Oh. This is a prison. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Let's hail a what? Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. Huh? What the? It's him! He's the murderer! It's him! Oh, I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Oh, you call old man, you rum-looking ninny bammy. Oh, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio. Horatio? What is this? Is this... Wait, Horatio, is that Hamlet or is that... No, it's Romeo and Juliet. I don't remember my Shakespeare. Then art dreamt of your own philosophy?
Who's this Horatio fella? Huh? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
What in the... Who are you?
Just looked as though you might be having a problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer.
A lawyer, eh? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law for 2 whole days.
Fine, I'll be on my way for now. But you mark my words. This ain't over.
I'll get to thee to a nunnery.
I hate my life.
Do I look like a blowman nun to you?
I do hope you're not injured.
I hope he is.
Oh, fairy stun maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you!
Royal Fool and Popeye. He does look like Popeye. Oh my goodness. What was that all about?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
I'm not Horatio. I can be Tybalt.
Forgive the enquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garradeb residence?
Oh, fairy stun maiden! Thou art all right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Mr. Garradeb mentioned he had another lodger. Must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor?
Yes, a gentleman named Natsume. One worthy, more worthy a palmist in my battle of words there could be.
Battle, did you say?
Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Natsume and I sparred. What kind of debate is that? Yo, who'd win in an arm wrestle? Who'd win in an arm wrestling contest?
I see. I don't fully understand, but seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances.
So far, maiden. I can tarry here no longer. Fare me well.
Who the frick was that? I didn't really understand him. I think he went back to his room. Seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so can't really help us. With Soseki and that man as lodgers, Garradeb household is certainly full of really weird people. Let's find a carriage. I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
"19th of February, 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell number 9. Oh, it's you! Oh, here you came! Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I so touchy!
We're sorry to have kept you waiting, sir.
No, think nothing of. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriot. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese!
Let's not get carried away.
Oh, I quite agree. Sherlock, maybe? Sherlock Holmes?
There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand...
Sholmes! It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates this fact. Such is my belief, at least. Yes, sir, you! Miserable! Rotten! Spy! Ah! Lock! Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes? What you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having a unmasked mask. I need to look that word up. Mosque. Cambridge Dictionary. It's mosque. Okay, it's mosque. Having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our devastated friend is faring. Gloomful room. At least your accommodations here offers a window, my dear fellow. That's so awful. At least you can see outside as you rot in jail. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me nary a penny. Ah, you! How dare you! Look, no! Oh. I had it. I threw. I attend of it. Never have come to Great Britain. Was terrible mistake. Haunted by spirit in a cursed lodging. No doubt the luck is cursed tomorrow trial. Whole life is beat damn.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? Lodgings were cursed. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What is that supposed to mean? Oh boy. You okay, buddy? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow? No. Why you look so grave? You make me nervous. I just get carried away. That's all. I don't mean anything. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him, huh? You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? You don't mean trial really is cursed somehow? Well, we're going up against literal death, so maybe... Sholmes, shut up. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? Reaper! Reaper, no, what you mean? Please tell me! So my succinctly 16 salient what? No defendant has ever survived the trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 16? Oh, got it really through. 16 what exactly?
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. And they died! Sorry! After the trial was over. Are you guys seriously going to tell him all this crap right before the trial? Like, really? Maybe focus on winning the case before you... Mr. McGilded. What the... I actually feel really bad for him. I'm not sure you guys remember, or no, I wasn't on YouTube back then, but I think it was 2016 or something. I had a study trip in Baltimore. It was the worst freaking 10 weeks of my life. Like, I had no one to talk to. Like, I hated the environment. I felt like completely alone. It was awful. Like, every day was like a grueling, like, was essentially suffering. And so I kind of understand this. Like, I essentially did nothing but locked myself away in a room. And like, when I wanted to eat, I would just only eat at like the closest restaurant.
So yeah, I get it. I get it, buddy. Hey, Celestial. I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes? Never thought we'd be defending the guy on the 1,000 yen bill in England. Is he on the 1,000 yen bill in England? Is he? Wait, bill in... Oh, the 1,000 yen bill in England, not the yen bill in England. I was like, wait, are there yen in England? No. Was he on the 1,000 yen bill? Or is he on the 1,000 yen bill? I don't know, actually. I don't know my yen. Surely it can't have... it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. I mean, but if Lord Van Zeeks really thought the dude was guilty, maybe he was like super revengeful, or not revengeful, vengeful. But I mean, I don't think this guy could kill anyone. I don't think this guy is capable of killing someone. Like, he literally couldn't do it. He would lift up the knife and accidentally stab himself. Like, it's not that he wouldn't do it, it's that he literally could not.
He couldn't have, surely.
Oh, you have some wonderful notions. Sorry? Now, this man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Yes. Why, of course he is. He only murders after the trial.
Of course he is. Why are you trying to scam me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Hideo Hoguchi is on the 1,000 yen. I mean, it's possible that, the yen has changed in the past several years. There have been many different iterations. Van Zeeks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London's courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good, though. Good. Looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury, and the jury is very dumb. The judge officiates based on the letter of law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense, even though the jury has no common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view, except the point of view of the jury makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. You wonder what... Yeah, I'm very curious to know, like, more about Van Zeeks, that's for sure. He's a vampire. Van Zeeks kind of is a vampire. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. This is what I am saying. Like, the jury system in this world doesn't really make that much sense. But then again, they had to start somewhere, so I'll give it to them. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal. Contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. You see, in the future, there will be a man named Miles Edgeworth who will do the exact same thing. But it means the wrong verdict can be pat. What, you think any criminal system is perfect, Susato? Come on. And sadly, from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. It's not all right or not all right. It is reality. It is just how things work sometimes. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Though the education may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. I mean, I will say this is an interesting case of correlation. I remember them saying at one point, where's Van Zeeks? Do we have Van Zeeks yet? No, we don't. But they said at one point Van Zeeks is, at one point, they said that Van Zeeks only tries murderer, like heinous murderers or heinous criminals, right? Chances are their clock was ticking regardless. So even if he didn't get the guilty verdict, somebody probably wants them dead, right? This is one of those interesting cases of correlation where, like, if Van Zeeks is like, only tries like absolutely treacherous and heinous murder cases, chances are someone wants them dead. So even if they get the not guilty verdict, somebody's probably going to go after them regardless. In fact, the not guilty verdict might be like their safest route because once they get out free, someone will probably try to kill them. That's just how I view things, right? We have to be careful about making such drastic correlations. The witch trials never went away; they just renamed it copyright. I mean, that's not the worst statement I've ever heard. That's for sure. Disappear, but how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Perhaps they are attacked by highwaymen. Perhaps they find lots of women to simp for and their heart simply stops. That will be you, Manakyn. What? Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. A dead dodo, done for doomed. Oh, poor guy. You good, buddy? We got you. Don't worry. We'll get you out of here. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadev's, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? Year now since I came, Great Britain. But only been in London for a week before start to know strange feeling myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I look, foreign face stare at me, laugh from behind back. I show people talk about me. I start nervous and go outside. Always stare at me, all time, dawn, dusk. I shut myself away in room, but even that didn't help. Fear not, go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. Man, I hope everything works out for him. And historically, we know everything does. He eventually goes back. He eventually goes back to Japan. He starts teaching English, but man, those must be harsh. I have to move number of time. Most recently, on Briar Road, a week ago. Yeah, why do you choose there? Seems a little inconvenient. Rent cheap. I have so little money. It appears straight away. That's why it's so affordable. Landlord just simper and say, the room is castle. Oop. He quickly tried to cover a mistake, but too late, as I told him. If you have something to say, then say. But if not, don't mention me in the first place. Who is Susato? Susato is our assistant. Herlock's assistant is like a 10-year-old girl. Yeah, well said. But it's true. All true. You mean the room really is cursed? Ever since I moved to windowless and all. My sleep are plagued with nightmare. I awake feel as though I choke to death. Wake up, people stab in front of me as I walk down the street. My blood killer, throw prison. Nobody wants to know me.
surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only someone, just one person on my side.
I will say, if he's having nightmares in his room, maybe he should get, like, the air quality checked. Or, like, check for, like, mold or disease or something like that. Because, let's be real here, this is London in 1900, let's say. They didn't have the cleanest of rooms. He doesn't have a window. He can't ventilate his room. Maybe he should, you know, check for mold and stuff. But he can't because they're books. And no one find hard to believe me. Really, no one at all. To believe. To believe. I got you, buddy. We're getting you out of here. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya. If you recall... The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Close enough. At the time, I was the suspect. But you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. Can bad air cause nightmares? No, but it can cause, like, difficulty breathing. He's saying he's suffocating. And, you know, difficulty breathing can cause mental problems. And you helped us investigate. I did I? I also shackled your hands. What I want to know is why. Why'd you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow, a short king, extra short, oh wow you're short, found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. I'm a man of logic! But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. Suspect? I don't think. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. He wanted me to be a Russian spy. He probably did want me to... Oh boy, I've caught him. What's the guy's name? I forgot what his name was. Villain Bolshevik. I neither recall believing in you nor in that which you were telling me. I told you, man. What is it, Naruhodo? The concept of being a defense attorney is less about belief and more about providing a fair trial. Come on, take on his case. You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. After all, gravity does not exist. Now I'm flying. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust! In that case, I should have made an elementary error in my judgment and had Susato throw you overboard. Betrayal of trust is an overly used excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another, in the final analysis, is down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, right, local student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Whether or not I can believe in myself. No! Kazuma! I miss you. I miss you, buddy. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
I love you, Naruhodo. You were right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving. I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. In fact, they've been over for a good 2 hours. Why are we even here? There is a restaurant near that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Dang, that's so mean. Well, you're in jail, so we'll leave you here.
Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume. If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'll represent you.
Oh. Welcome, stood, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, I'm gonna cry, man. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although I'm the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. I'll trust my instincts.
Okay, that was weird.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. I'm from the future, and I know how this story ends. You eventually go back to Japan and write a book about a cat. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I'll fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I say when we first meet, I entrust fate to someone who listened to me in native tongue. Wakatta! Natsume-sama! It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the onset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. I think you're right about that. Is Sholmes actually smart and trying to help me out, or is Sholmes actually an idiot? I don't know. I cannot tell. Is he like an idiot trying to like push me forward in the right direction? Or is he like, haha, I'm an idiot and I'm going to let you solve the case for me? I don't know, but he's kinda okay, okay? It's been a roundabout journey. I got there in the end. Oh, why are you remembering me? Mr. Sato.
Yes?
Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help? You think he's just a troll? Well, now I hate him for a different reason.
Will you stand by my side tomorrow? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Let's go!
You think Japanese ladies did that? The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. I can still hear him now. They're after me, Lucky Charms! Charms! But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me. Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too, even though he's kinda dumb. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki has no one. He's all alone. It's my job to help him. To fight in his corner. Tomorrow, courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued! Will Soseki Natsume ever get his cat back? Find out next time. That was a really great chapter. The only smart thing he's done so far is to have a little girl write his stories. Man, freaking Iris, man. I freaking love that girl. That was such a good freaking, oh man. Like, I don't know, this game could make you feel lots of different things. It can make you feel happy, and then, like, you'll, like, be laughing your head off, and after that, you'll be, like, freaking crying because poor Natsume, man. I know Natsume is kind of being played off as more of a, what do you call it, like, a comic relief, but at the same time, I still really feel for him. I really do understand, like, because I've been in the exact situation on a study trip, where I have absolutely no one except my books and all you do is study. I had nothing but books and League of Legends. And League of Legends is the most toxic freaking thing ever. So, when I had my study trip in Baltimore. But yeah, I'm glad we got to meet some new characters. John Garrett, I hope you guys liked the voice that I gave him. Yeah, so I was talking like a lover like this. I've always wanted to do that voice, although that's the type of voice that will never get you booked because it's like so stupid. Like, I'm glad that on this stream you guys let me do stupid crap. Because I guarantee you that this voice will never really appear in any actual serious thing. Freaking love this game, man. I love all the Ace Attorney games, but this one I think is particularly interesting because it's a little bit deeper than the other Ace Attorney games. The other Ace Attorney games were very clearly detective, whodunit, prove who the criminal is. You've been in a worse fan base. Yeah, but I mean, League of Legends is pretty bad. But yeah, back then I was like a League of Legends player, and all I had outside of all I had outside of like studying, and like I didn't have any friends where I was, and all I had was to play League of Legends, and well, because my computer wasn't very good, League of Legends was like the only thing that ran, and so it was awful. Yeah, but what was I saying? Yeah, but I hope we can help this guy out. You saw a game character you like a lot. Oh, who was it? We haven't reviewed game characters for a while. I remember we just reviewed Girls and Simped for like that one stream. I think it was after the Kingdom Hearts stream. I don't remember. But yeah, make sure you guys vote, by the way. I put up a thingamajiggy. His name is Billy Kid. Billy the Kid. Billy Kid. I couldn't run the no internet dinosaur game. Man. A Billy Kid video game. Yeah, make sure you guys Zenless Zone 0. I see Billy Kid. Oh, he looks pretty cool. Oh, it's a Chinese game. Oh, wait, I better go out before they copyright me for they copyright me for music. The newest Hoyoverse game. Oh no. You guys know how I feel about gacha games. I have no problem if you guys play it and you guys play responsibly, but I always say that about gambling, right? If you're going to Las Vegas, do it for a night, have fun, and then stop. Right? Don't get addicted to this stuff. Don't get addicted to gambling. Same people who made Honk My Star Rails and Genshin Impact. You guys know how I feel about gacha games. I'm in a freaking gacha game.
So, I mean, what do you want me to do, right? Your character caught attention despite the game makers being the same. I mean, I really like character designs. Like character designs, like cool artwork, cool voices, cool like animations. Those things are awesome. I think those are really awesome. And, you know, one of the things that gacha games are really good at is making psychologically very appealing characters, which is not a bad thing, by the way. I'm not saying that the character is bad because it's in a gacha game. It could be a very good character, it could be a very interesting character. But, you know, games that have lots and lots of characters, League of Legends, freaking Overwatch, or what else? I mean, all the characters in World of Warcraft or something like that, all the characters, they're really good at making characters that appeal to like people, right? And so I have no problem with the characters. In fact, I even like these types of characters, but I think, you know, to me, sometimes it makes me feel sad to see the character being so interesting. And then in a gacha game, it's usually just like press a button, attack, press a button, attack. You know what I mean? It's like one of those silly like 2D turn-based fighty poke types of games. So I kind of have a philosophy, which is the character did nothing wrong. Just because the character is in a gacha game and I don't like the game doesn't mean I won't like the character. That's my belief. And I mean, Billy Kid, probably a reference to Billy the Kid, seems to look really cool. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Genshin and Honkers because I just called it I'm going to call it Honkers from now on. I'm not a big fan of Genshin and Honkers because I know that they've, you know, mistreated their artists in the past and stuff like that, but I still respect the art and like yeah, I know, you know, a lot of people don't agree, but I believe you can respect the product even if you don't like the makers. I also found a game on the Nintendo Switch. I think it's called Rose and Camilla, and it's literally a game about slapping. So it's like noble women slapping each other. Maybe I should play it at one point on the stream. Was that just an expression, or am I actually in a... I actually am in a gacha game. I actually do voice a character in like 1 or 2 gacha games. Oh, I didn't see your earlier comment, Meat Boy. But yeah, I actually am in 1 or 2 gacha games. Well, the creator of Vampire Survivor was a slot machine maker. What is Vampire Survivor? Vampire Survivors. Oh, hey, I've seen this game. I've seen a lot of people play it. Well, I mean, Vampire Survivors was Vampire I don't think that's a gacha game. That's a roguelike, right? Because you don't put in money. Yeah, but also, welcome, Captain Sock Monkey. I know I said welcome, but I just want to say welcome now that we're doing the chat part, because at the end of the stream, I just like to chat with you guys sometimes. It's also Taco Tuesday, yeah! Unless you're coming from, like, Europe, then it's Taco Wednesday now. Ah, frick! Steam! I was looking up Vampire Survivors. Become the bullet hell. Since you're new here, you don't know my tagline is I play bullet hell. When I get in tough situations, I always gotta remind myself, don't worry, I'll play bullet hells. Damn, that was like a very popular game. Which one? Vampire Survivors?
I think it's kind of new. Do I play I do play bullet hells. Oh, it's 2022. So I mean, 1 or 2 years old. 2 years old, let's say. I do play bullet hells. I used to play Toho a lot. I'm really bad at it now, but I used to really enjoy it. One of my favorite games of all time is called Fury, F-U-R-I, which is like a bullet hell of like boss battles. It's one of my favorite games of all time because it's just so dynamic and so interesting. It also got terrible reviews because people said it was too hard. So screw those guys. Fury is great. It didn't get terrible reviews. As of now, it's very positive. Last time I checked, it was mostly positive, but yeah. It's all around 30s and the stuff in the soundtrack. Oh, that's pretty cool. Just Shapes and Beats. I know that game. I've never played it, but I know it's awesome. Oh yeah, I wanted to look up what is hibiscus. Hibiscus. Because the Mexican restaurant place that I go to has like a hibiscus drink. Oh, it's a flower. Oh, it's a flower flavored drink. Interesting. Hibiscus drink. Kioma, you're like super familiar with Mexican food. What are agua de Jamaica? What is agua de Jamaica? Agua de Jamaica. It looks good. It tastes good? Okay. Okay, I will get some today. Because I always see this like red container of stuff. Like I said, the Mexican drinks scare me because they're always in like giant bins. And it's like... It's literally hibiscus tea. You wanted to play it after 4 years and you got it, and it's amazing as all the playthroughs you... Well, I mean, frankly, I could agree with that. Good bullet hells are awesome. Like, a lot of my... Since you play bullet hells, you probably relate to this, but a lot of my friends who say bullet... who see me play bullet hells are like, oh, how do you train your reflexes? And I always say bullet hells are nothing to do with reflexes. It's all about planning, right? You know what I'm sure you know what I mean. So it's like, you know, people see me play bullet hells and they think I'm really good at like shooters. No, I'm awful at shooters. My reflexes are terrible. Yeah, but yeah, make sure you guys vote on the thingamajiggy, on the poll that I posted on my channel. Yeah, I posted 2 games, but I mean, there are some other. I'm willing to take some more recommendations too. It seems like a lot of you want Paper Mario. Paper Mario might be the very first game that I've actually played that I replay on the channel. I freaking love the game. I'm absolutely willing to. But now I have to think about spoilers myself. I used to yell at you guys for spoilers, but now I have to yell at myself for spoilers. Dang it, don't spoil! It has dried hibiscus into a drink. Yeah, it sounds really good. I also wanted to try Rise of the Ronin because, what is it? Ronin. The reason why I wanted to try Rise of the Ronin, is because, it takes place in like the same time period as Ace Attorney. It's just it's the era where a lot of British were coming to Japan. So I thought, oh, that would be an interesting like what do you call it? Segue. But I mean, it's also a little bit out of the out of my normal range of games. I generally don't play as many action games. I generally read you guys bedtime stories. Or for those of you who live on the Eastern Hemisphere, lunchtime stories, I guess. Spoiler, it's a car! It's a car spoiler! Oh, what have I done? Yeah, in terms of gacha games and stuff like that, I am a big believer of if you have a gacha game, one thing I'd like is like, okay, you can just pay money and you get the game. Like, I'm a believer of that type of thing, right? But of course, they want to continue to produce new content so more people continue to buy more things. So, like, that's one thing I don't like. I wish they would just complete the game so I could buy it. If it's $50, it's $50. If it's $60, it's $60. But I don't like the whole, like, okay, you spend $1 so you can see what you get, and then you spend another, like, 30 cents here, and then you spend, like, maybe $2 on a skin here. I don't like that type of thing. Like, I actually have the same philosophy about gambling. You know, I used to go really enjoy the arcades in Las Vegas, because, first of all, they're just fun, right? And my grandma really liked to go to the slots. Fun fact for you guys, if you guys want to make any amount of... No, if you guys... Okay, slots are pretty much a guaranteed loss. Never do slots. Like, if you actually want to try your hand at gambling. If you don't care, just do slots and just have fun with it. But, generally, slots are the worst possible payout. But besides the point, you know, while my grandma did slots, my parents would take me down to the arcade. And so I freaking loved the arcade. I was so good at, like, the tornado, you know, the one that had the lights going around in the circle, until I realized that the entire game is rigged. It literally lets you win at its own convenience. Like, you, the owner can literally program how often it lets you win. So, frick, I was pretty good at skee ball. But I just enjoyed a skee ball. We used to call them one-armed bandit. Which one? Is it the one that was going around in the circle with the lights? You want to try Dance Dance? Well, Dance Dance is a little bit different because you're not playing to try to win. You're just playing to have fun. Well, I guess you're also playing. You're not playing for tickets. See, when I went to the arcade, I would win tickets, right? And I would take these massive reels of tickets. I was really good at the game where, like, you put coins in and tried to push more coins over. I was good at that one, except that one's way harder than you guys think. So it's like it tricks you because you think it's easy, but it's actually very hard. The way the coins are set up is very difficult. Makes it very, so you have to know what you're doing. Pull the arm and get robbed. Oh, slots. Ah, I see. That makes perfect sense. The one-armed bandit. You don't mind if I win tickets or not tickets? Yeah, like, I freaking love the ticket. I told you, my cousin, he eventually became a really good gambler, by the way. My cousin is actually, like, he knows how to gamble. As in, like, he's the types of guy who can go there and play blackjack and come out positive. He's the type of guy who can go to the craps table and kind of, like, shoot the dice to, like, make it, like, kind of control what's going on the table. That type of thing. Like, he's really good at gambling. But it started with the frickin' claw machine. Like, he was really good at claws. In fact, I remember whenever I went to the arcade, like, he would do claws, and there would be kids lining up to give them the quarters so he could win the claw machine for them, to the point where he pretty much got kicked out of every single arcade because he continued to just win stuff for them. He got kicked out of arcades because, like, he would just win so many prizes on the claw machine. And I remember, like, there were always security. It was like, you can play whatever game you want except for the claw machine. And I remember it was like, you know, it didn't really register with me, but can you imagine, like, a 13-year-old being blacklisted in an arcade in the same way that card counters are blacklisted at casinos? It's like, I didn't register how insane that was. But yeah, you know, card counters are blacklisted in, like, lots of different casinos once they get caught. And there are ways to catch them. You kind of see how they're playing and stuff like that. And nowadays there's team card counting and so on and so forth. Yeah, they hire people that are really good. So to an extent, card counting has almost become like a sport. It's like the sport isn't just the card count. It's the card count and not get caught. And a lot of people just like the thrill of not getting caught. It's really interesting. like to see like what is the newest way we can trick the casinos and so on and so forth. But yeah, so Mark Robert did a video about it. Oh, you mean like arcade machines? He probably did a machine about like the light up tornado thing, because that is definitely 100% rigged. Like I've seen a manual of those things, because you know the machines, they always come with manuals. You can actually just program how often you let it win. Skee ball. I mean, a lot of like arcade games or carnival games, or for example, they're not rigged per se. You can do it. It's just much more difficult than you could expect. You're an average lad. You guys remember when I did the claw machines in Yakuza? Oh man, I was so dedicated. Pinball was outlawed. Was it? Wait, is pinball outlawed? What happened? Pinball outlaw. That time, America outlawed pinball. I gotta read up on this later. That is such an interesting article. In 1942, some places banned pinball. That is so cool. He found the manual and you can just program it. Yeah. Oh wow, you already said, but yeah. But yeah. Some of those machines are just completely rigged. And carnival games, things like knock the bottles down, those are 100% rigged, because each of the bottles have different weights, and depending on what the person wants you to win, if the person wants you to win or not, they'll specifically set the bottle game up in different ways. Mafia gambling and broken machines. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I did not realize that. Nowadays, I see pinball machines just to try to get the high score. But I guess back when pinball, you actually can do it for, like, gain. I suppose it would, I don't know. Do you do pinball for game? Nowadays, I just see, like, you put in a quarter in and you try to beat the high score and you try to, like, prove how cool you are. But, yeah. But freaking pinball and what am I talking? Like, some of the arcade games, the ones where you just go in to play games, to me, that's fun. Like, the bass fishing. Have you guys seen bass fishing? Freaking bass fishing. That game is intense as heck. Because there's actually like a custom controller where you like have to reel it in and stuff like that. You were a pinball wizard back then. They made a song out of it. Pinball, I was never really good at pinball, to be honest. Pinball was really hard for me, just because I would get too distracted by the pretty lights. Like, whoa, now the gorilla is coming out of the building. Oh, look, now the buildings are on fire. That's so cool. I'd be way too distracted. You guys remember that time when I played, some of you guys might not remember, I played pinball in, Disco Elysium? I tried so hard, and then Kim was like, you can do this, you can beat the pinball game. I played with those spins by Straight. Yeah. But there's so many really awesome, like, arcade games that you can't play anywhere else. Like, until the Dance Dance Revolution mat pad came out, where you can actually buy them and take them home. Dance Dance Revolution, you can only play it on the arcade because it's a massive machine. Games like, what is it? Like, the motorcycle game where you're actually sitting on the motorcycle and moving back and forth? Those types of games, you can't really play those anywhere else. Or like the shooty shoot games. Nowadays, there's, the duck hunt gun. That's been solved. But back in the day, you couldn't play those shooting games without actually being at the arcade. Back in the day, what am I, an old man? Back in my day, we played Mario on the arcade machine. You were in an old arcade with a stored? What is a stored? Is that a game? Asteroid. Yes, Asteroid. All right. You have a great night, Kiyoma. We're about to end pretty soon, but thanks so much for hanging and chatting with us. Yeah, I played, what is it? I played Super Mario Brothers on the arcade machine in in this old arcade in Santa Monica. It was so trippy. I was so used to seeing Super Mario Brothers on, like, nowadays we have it on the Switch, but it's like there was a freaking joystick to move Mario. I was like, what the frick is going on? Yeah, where's the D-pad? All right, I better get going to sleep as well. I need to get my tacos first of all. Thanks so much for hanging out with me, guys. I will hope to see you guys soon. Maybe tomorrow for some more Ace Attorney. Morning, afternoon, good evening, or good night. If you have any questions for me, I will see you all next time.